your approach to impartiality, and the need for some of the urgent improvements in the workplace culture of the BBC, which I know, Dr. Shah, you've spoken a lot about. We heard a lot of the right words from you both back in March about the changes that needed to happen. But I think we can all agree that it's been a fairly bumpy summer. By July, that sense of crisis that seemed to hang over the BBC was growing again, and the findings of the review into the Gaza documentary, How to Survive a War Zone, the results of the Lewis Silkin investigation into Greg Wallace and Banerjee, and the BBC's live streaming of Glastonbury. So I think today, as well as warm words, we're looking for what we really want to hear from you is clarity, decisiveness about the action and the accountability that the BBC is going to deliver moving forward. And Mr. Davie, I want to start the questions with you. I've barely had a conversation with anybody about the BBC this summer, whether that's either with the media or with my constituents, that didn't start with me being asked, should Tim Davie resign? How much has that been on your mind this summer?
Inevitably in this job, I've said before, this is not for the faint-hearted, and certainly what's been in my mind this summer has been dealing with the issues, delivering actually day-to-day the quality broadcasting we deliver day in, day out, getting a grip to some of the issues you've referred to in your opening remarks, which are serious, that we've had to deal with, and actually ensuring the BBC, to your point, is taking the right actions. I've been totally focused on that. For what it's worth, while dealing with those issues, I've also never been more passionate about public service broadcasting and our need for public service broadcasting and the need for the BBC. So clearly the issues you refer to are very serious. They need management, they need grip, but also what I've also been focused on is ensuring day in, day out, we deliver for audiences paying the licence fee, great value from the BBC. That's what I've been focused on.
I mean, even someone of your expertise and experience in the heat of the BBC must have been feeling the pressure this summer.
If I said I wasn't feeling the pressure, I don't think I'd be, would be inhuman. I think public life and public accountability, it's absolutely appropriate, like people like myself, and we've seen it in politics, we've seen it in other areas of life, which is when you are in these public jobs, you should be held accountable. Absolutely. I feel that. I know the top team of the BBC take it very seriously. We want to grip the issues, and that's absolutely at the forefront of our minds. We are accountable. Now, with regard to my position, that's one thing is not in my gift, but from a personal point of view, I can tell you, look, the BBC is at the centre of national life. It's never been more important and more needed in my view. But my job is to make the right decisions, get a grip. When we make a mistake, be very transparent about it. And if I may, one of the things we should celebrate is the fact that we have a free press, unrestricted, even within the BBC. I often have pretty tough interviews, quite rightly, from BBC News. That process is really important. So my focus has been navigating that through and just making the right decisions as a leader with my top team and the rest of the very good staff across the BBC, of which thousands are doing flawless work day in, day out, and we should be very proud of them.
You've spoken to us a lot, but in March and previously, about a lot of the work that's going on to try and change the workplace culture at the BBC. And you said just a second ago that a lot of your summer was spent focusing on the changes that you want to see. So are you able to assure us today, are you able to give us your categorical assurance that whenever we next have you in front of us, there won't be a scandal of BBC talent abusing their position, which you need to apologise for?
Well, firstly, I do think we're at an incredibly important point for the industry. And many of these issues have come out, have been historic, some more recent, but we've talked about it. And I take your comments, which is words are cheap. The issue is what actions and what culture are we delivering on the ground in the BBC. Now, what I would say is since, I can't remember exactly when we last met, but over the last month, if you look at the actions we've actually put in place on the Respect at Work review, I think we are at a moment where we are beginning to reset the industry. And there are very specific things I can do, Chair, in terms of the actions and grip we've taken to do that. With the learnings we've had from these historical cases where, we've had to act. And I can go through the report. If you look at the Respect at Work review, we are implementing those rigorously. So whether it be being very clear about the expectations we set when everyone arrives at the BBC, making sure that our Respond team joins up. Some of the cases we haven't historically, and this goes back quite a long way, joined up all the information we've had. That is absolutely gripped now. Now, can I give a categoric assurance that I'm never going to have someone abusing their power in the BBC and that we don't face issues? No, because culture is an ongoing work. I think all organisations, even this week, the work we've seen with the legal profession and others, I think we're at a moment in society where we are literally, you would have heard our campaign, calling it out, flushing out the issues, dealing with them, and being very transparent about that. Now, as an organisation, we happen to be in the public eye and have high-profile individuals. So that does cause an enormous amount of understandable interest and appropriate accountability. But I think the BBC needs to be at the forefront of it. Last point, Chair, is, and I know you've spoken about this, I think it is really important that the BBC leads by example, but also we've had issues within independent companies. We've got, there's 23,000 people all in the BBC about that. But if you get all the freelancers working, you do have risks with third-party companies. And we've seen that in a number of our issues. We need to support bodies like CISA now emerging, critical, so that, and we now have a process, and I think things have changed since we last talked to the committee. We are seeing people call it out, and that is a positive change, but it's ongoing work. I don't think you can change culture in 6 months and suddenly say nothing's going to occur. We may see more things coming out because in some ways I'm asking for it and being utterly transparent and running towards the problem. That's what we need to do.
Dr. Shah?
Yes, I want to add to that. As you know, as the committee knows, I personally and the board are very committed to changing work culture at the BBC. Abuses of power, I would say that in my first 18 months here, abuses of power have been in the headlines a great deal, and we, as you know, commissioned a review into it, which published in April. There were a lot of action points there, and I was very keen that these were actionable, they actually had an impact on the ground. And I think that Tim and his team have really responded extremely well. My view about this, two things. First of all, is it working? That's really the question. Does this actually work? And I can tell the committee and that there have been very serious disciplinary actions, including dismissals, as a result of people calling this out. I think that's a system working. And I think that some of the cases you're talking about are actually a result of that. And I think that that's very good. I have monthly lunch meetings with junior staff just to find out what the BBC feels like from their point of view. And at each one, since we announced it, they have discussed this, they raised this. Very interestingly, and they do feel that there is a real commitment from the top to call out bad behaviour in the workplace. And I think that's good. I think it's good they should feel. But one of the things that the review pointed out is that junior staff are kind of reluctant to speak out because they're worried about their careers, they're worried that what, and I think that's a really big problem. So to have junior staff speak to me and say they now feel able to speak out is good. And the proof of the pudding is it is changing. Now, my view is it doesn't matter how many policies and practices you put in place, you will never fully eliminate human behaviour or misbehaviour. So to your last point, I suspect, and in a way, as Tim pointed out, this is actually evidence of the system actually doing its job. People will call people out, and we will get. And because it's the BBC, if it's somebody famous, it'll become news. But I would look at it, and the board would look at it, finally we're getting to grips with this. We're actually taking action. And you shouldn't underestimate the impact of that on the staff. Because quite often, one of the other things that people have talked about is that, well, we raise it, nothing happens. Nothing happens, so what's the point of raising it? So this is really quite important, that things do happen, and when they're well known, they become high profile, but things happen which aren't high profile, but just ordinary people.
Yeah, just on that point.
Yes.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning.
Great that the Call It Out is taking hold. Are you currently, as we sit here now, aware of any emerging or brewing issues that are an equivalent level of profile to those that we've sat and observed and scrutinised in recent times?
I mean, I think I wouldn't comment on individual cases, because we have a whistleblowing process. We have an absolutely respond team that are fantastic. Bear with me.
Keeping anonymity, which I respect, are you aware of any?
I don't think it's appropriate for me to talk about allegations that may or may not be coming to the respond team before they've even been investigated properly.
You can tell us how many you've got.
Well, all I would say, no, I don't. Because in terms of, I think that's...
You need to know the scale of this problem and whether it still exists.
Bear with me. Absolutely you do. So that's why in the annual report we publish the number of whistleblowing cases. 24-25, that was 82. Upheld were 10. In 24-25 it was, in terms of, we've got bullying and harassment, the numbers are all in there, and the time. So we'll absolutely publish the... But I think you can understand, I think, a running commentary of what's coming in on the day and what's not.
It's not a running commentary. This is a parliamentary sitting, and you're being held to account. We're just trying to understand whether, as we sit here now, you're aware of incidences or prolific people at the BBC that maybe in due course you'll be in front of us defending the action you have or haven't taken. And we're just asking whether or not you're aware of any emerging or brewing issues that are equivalent to those we've discussed before.
I don't think it's right for me to talk about the specifics of what the whistleblowing team and the responder work team are dealing with in day to day. What I would do is immediately I'm aware of anything, I will take the action. I mean, you've seen very clearly that, the other thing we should mention since we last sat down is the consequences, to reinforce the chair's point, of actions. We have seen people leave the BBC. For some people, by the way, we're seen as being too tough. But actually, we are not letting anything lie. Any allegation we follow up. We do have a number of active whistleblowing cases at any point in the BBC. That may not be high-profile individuals. It might be legitimate concerns. You know what a workplace is like. And I think we have got very clear guidelines through the BBC now, which is we're fully proactive in dealing with that. I want it out the BBC, and by the way, we're taking tough action. I know there'll be talk about different accountability in different cases, but to echo the chair's point, we have dismissed people who are not living our values. That's non-negotiable. And you'll have seen it with all my high-profile individuals leaving the BBC as well. We will take those actions. But I don't think I can go further in terms of
the thing I would
where
add is, I would mention, again, Tim has mentioned it, we're working very closely with CISA about the industry as a whole. Elena Kennedy, as you know, came to our launch, supported us, and recently CISA has listed us as one of their trailblazers. I can't tell you that this is a real issue for, I know it's an issue for other industries, but it is an issue for our industry, not just the BBC, but the independent sector. I've worked in the independent sector. It really is something we need to root out. And I'm very proud, can I say, first of all, to get the trailblazer, that I genuinely think that this time the BBC has shown real commitment to stopping this, and taking the tough action is needed to stop it. Now, as a board, we have asked the executive to report back to us on the outcomes, what's the number, which was saying how many. That's what we're going to ask that. Once that process has gone through, what's been the outcome, and how do the staff feel? How do they feel about working at the BBC? Because we measure this. It's important that the staff feel better and better about working at the BBC. That's why I'm so passionate about it. This is real serious abuses of power. I don't know whether it's human nature or something, but it happens everywhere, but we have to stamp it out. And we have to, as a leadership, say, we're not going to tolerate it. It doesn't matter how grand you are, how famous you are, how important you are. If you behave badly and you abuse your power, we don't want you working for the BBC.
I think the last point I'd make is we have to make it a fair process as well. So we've seen in the many spheres of life, you can put up an allegation that does need to be taken seriously and properly. That's why I'm sensitive about it, because I think we will be transparent. I'm certainly not trying to not be transparent. But I do think we need to honour the process, which says fairly, if someone makes an allegation about someone, are we doing justice to that? Because, every institution, and, we all know that, needs to get about its business to reset the culture. I think the BBC's doing it. One of my legacies, I passionately believe we can reset the industry in a way. And this goes deeper than just dealing with problems. It's also about accessibility. Everyone feels welcome. Are you getting it? I feel very personally fired up about it. But to the chair's starting, or earlier remarks, words are cheap. The issue is what is the experience on the ground for every team in the BBC, and that's what we're trying to fix.
Talk about MasterChef quickly. One of the participants that was edited out of the current series of MasterChef initially said that this show should not be aired because prominent figures have been abusing their powers. What message does that send out to women? So what message are you sending out by broadcasting this series?
Well, I think it was, as I said publicly, it was a very tough call. It was right in the balance because we had, obviously these chefs, the vast majority, apart from 48 I think it is, had wanted the show. We talked to all of them. We were very sensitive about it. The team said, do you want to air it? Is there any other concerns you want to raise? And the vast majority wanted it aired. Yeah. So you did have that balance. I think the consequences for the individuals who have presented MasterChef have been very significant. They're no longer working with the BBC. So there are those consequences. The other thing in my mind is people can choose to watch it or not. So there's an element of trust in the audience. In our research, overall, people supported the decision, but I don't think it was an easy decision. I absolutely respect that view. I think it was, on judgment, the right thing to do, but I understand you could see both sides of the argument very clearly.
Thank you. Damien.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Chairman, in your independent report into workplace culture and behaviour, there was a finding that there was some doubt, some cynicism among some of the corporation's employees about the ability of management to make the changes necessary in workplace culture and behaviour. And some of the things recommended and you've agreed to do them all: the new code of conduct, the new disciplinary policy, the Call It Out campaign. We've all we've seen the badges. I'm guessing those things have happened before, or versions of them have happened before. You said in your response to the report that you wanted to dial up the organisation's risk appetite. I mean, I think actually it's about dialing down risk appetite, but doing necessary things to reduce the risk of wrongdoing. Candidly, those things that I mentioned, they don't sound particularly risky, having a new disciplinary policy or having a publicity campaign. So what does dialing up your risk appetite look like in practice?
Very good. I do think that's a really important question, because I asked that question of Change Associates. So we've done this. You've done it. Change Associates have done a review earlier. What are we going to do that's different? What's actually going to make a difference? Because in the end, we've had these reviews, and things appear to have continued, really. The stories have come out. And now, my sense of it is I don't recall, and I did ask this, to have had such a strong commitment right from the top and very precise actions. In other words, people know who to call. People also know how it'll be handled. But to me, the most important question for all of us is it working? Is it actually working? Is it doing its job? Now, there's both quantitative and qualitative assessments on that. I've already mentioned a bit of the qualitative when I talk to junior staff in my lunches to see, well, what do they think? Has it come down to them? Do they trust it? Do they believe? I understand the cynicism. Why wouldn't you be cynical? Because you're sitting there, you're a junior researcher, some extremely important person is kind of messed you around, and you think, well, I don't have any power here, I can't do anything. So is that changing? And my sense, qualitative it is. We also mentioned, we do a lot of, in quantitative terms, I've already said, there have been consequences. That is so important, because one of the big things that the Changes did say, well, if you do pluck up the courage to complain, there's anything to be done about it. And there's quite a lot of feedback was, nothing much happened, they're still there, so nothing much is done. So I think this, as we go drive this through and keep driving it through, the sense that, this is a campaign that really, really matters. We are concerned. You talk about the...
I don't want to cut you off, but let me cut you off.
Yeah.
So you say there's confidence in how a complaint will be handled.
Yes.
So in the Wallace case, one of the issues that came up in the investigation was that complaints made against him were not always put to him. He may not even have known about some of them at the time. So is part of this new system that people can have confidence in and know how it works, that allegations are always put to the individual, or what is the threshold beyond which an allegation is put to an individual?
Can I ask Tim to answer how he's actually operating this? Because that is a
so the
point.
response team take the information in. If there's anything substantive, it then gets appropriately put to the individual. Nothing gets left.
And who is deciding if it's substantive?
The team, they're an expert team within HR who are fantastic actually in terms of everything incoming, they look at, they assess, and they decide if there's a case, and then it goes forward. I mean, it's a fairly standard process. If I may, your concerns are almost verbatim what we've been saying internally, which is how many reviews do you need? How many bits of paper do you need? At the end of the day, what is substantive going to change? I do think, by the way, the world has moved on since. It's not as if nothing's changed. If you look at some of the terrible behaviour and some of the enormity of what was going on in organisations 30 years ago, we're in a better place. Having said that, these problems are very significant. Some are historical, but they need fixing. Now, specifically, very specifically, because I think your question is exactly what we're asking. There is, firstly, consequences, to echo the chair. People are seeing us, we're not mucking around now. You have to be clear, and to the earlier point, you have to be fair. But if you're not living the values, it is clear you leave the BBC or there are consequences. And you can see that among public figures, but that's happening internally as well. It's not overwhelming, as the report says. We do not have a toxic culture. If you look at most reports around the media where people recommend where they want to work, the BBC is probably the highest score, by the way. So let's get proportionate. But we need to deal with those individuals, and we are. That's a change.
So on that question, I'm going to come back to you, Dr. Shah, if I may. On that question of high-profile people perhaps exiting the organisation, another of the things in the independent report talks about succession planning. And all organisations have to have succession planning. Ultimately, it's a responsibility of the chair and the non-execs to make sure the executive team is doing that, because the executive team inevitably has different interests when it comes to succession planning. But in your industry, it also applies to on-air so-called talent.
Right.
Can you say, hand on heart, that nobody now is irreplaceable? And if there is a reason to take earlier action than you would in the past, if there is that you will be confident in doing so and always will do so.
The succession planning is very important for the board, right from the very top, from the Director-General to the top execs. And we have obviously done succession planning, Tim's aware of it. So the notion of succession planning applies not just at that level, but throughout the organisation. I am absolutely clear that no one is irreplaceable. Absolutely no one. Seriously, no one is irreplaceable. The BBC...
Is there a succession plan? So for your top level of so-called talent,
I will ask.
Is there for each individual?
We don't call them talent, by the way. We don't call them talent.
Let me just before Tim answers the succession plan on that, just go back to your first point about how do people know. We've talked about escalating right to the top, but one of the things that Change Research found is that when people object, they just want the individual to stop. So it's resolved in the moment, in the workplace. So they do know that what they've just said or how they just behaved it has gone down badly, and it's resolved there. So rather than, as it were, always escalated to higher levels. So there is a whole world in which we are trying to encourage staff who feel that in a meeting somebody shouted and they didn't like it, it's resolved there and then. You know, the manager is there to resolve it on the spot, that person is told. So there is a level at which it's constant, this change. We are changing the culture here. You can't shout at people, you can't misbehave, and we try and solve it at that point. On the succession plan, I don't think we call it success. We call it succession planning at the very senior levels, but let Tim ask how he's going to resolve. My view is that there's nobody on screen who's irreplaceable.
No one's irreplaceable. We're all dispensable. That's an absolute unequivocal position being given to the whole BBC.
So just to expand on that a little bit. So you've clearly got this new approach. You say that you're not mucking around anymore. It begs the question whether you were before. But in your action, let's say for example, Jamie Borthwick has gone from EastEnders. That may be an indication of your new approach. And the BBC are taking this seriously. But can you make that claim for people who work for indies like Banerjee, for example? I mean, so much of your programming comes through.
It's absolutely it's an absolutely fair concern. Can I just finish the technical point on literally 2 sentences saying, so on Succession, we've got exactly to your point, we've got a well-versed process for executive succession. For presenters, not talent, everyone's talent, is we are deploying that now into all the key areas so that there's a planning kind of process. We don't want to over-bureaucratise it, but there needs to be there's a clear signal to everyone that no one is irreplaceable and we expect everyone to live. And you can live without anyone. Yeah, of course you can. So I need to go back to the.
Yeah.
Should I go back to the chair? Sorry.
No, but sorry, I need to.
I just wanted to log that specifically. We are doing that work, and it's underway. We're nearly there on the presenter side.
But sorry, I just need to draw something slightly more out of you on that, if I may, and then I'm done.
Then I'll get to it.
So when you say we're doing that work, so how does that manifest? What is the what's the sort of output?
Apologies for the phrasing, because I often don't accept that phrasing when given to myself. It's with what we've committed to technically. Within 12 months, every leader in the BBC goes, hello, you're in charge of Radio 4. Yeah. Let's get to the wonders of In Our Time. By the way, I should record that In Our Time is very safe in our hands, and intellectually we'll keep raising the bar, which is very hard post-Melvin brag. But what have you got in terms of succession, in your thoughts for that, documented? How does that work? I don't want to over-bureaucratise it, but we will have that process everywhere. It's being deployed pretty much everywhere now, but we've committed in the actions within 12 months, and we're tracking them and reporting.
But how does it manifest for presenters?
Well, it's exactly what I said.
People on screen.
No, I've said you are in charge as an editor, in charge of an area of the BBC. Yeah, whether that be your key strands, whether it be your key programmes, you would have a clear view on, if you didn't have that presenter, who would you have? It's just the same. In my world, historically, that's how we've run executive teams. I know all my top tier people, who are the people who could do their job, where they are, whether they're 3 years away, 1 year away. This is standard process for an organisation. We're just deploying it into the world of presenters.
And that 12-month process, I think
it's not a 12-month process. We're having it done within 12 months.
Okay.
But it gets
the question's the same though. When does the 12 months end?
It'll be April this year, but we're pretty much done. I mean, and we'll be recording that. Now, in terms of the indies, very critical question, and I worry about the risk. Yeah, and I think the answer is there's 2 broad strands of thinking that we need to change, and one is we're making sure that the BBC process and all the if you go now, one of the things that whether it's mucking around is the right phraseology, but one of the areas I'm pleased about is, and it was a personal thing, is sometimes it was a little confusing in terms of where you went versus whistleblowing versus a bullying and harassment claim. And for me, if you're a lower level member of the team, you might say, well, I just want to raise something. Mm-hmm. So if you now go to the BBC, very clearly there is raising concerns. We can share that with the committee online, and everything is clear. It's very, very clear. All right, as well as speaking up to your boss and all those things you can do otherwise. That is available to your point. That is, we can take freelancers through that. They can raise stuff. So the BBC plays its part in being an open door for anyone working on any production. Then we raise that and deal with the indie. But I do think that it is a material change that we're now saying that every indie has to sign up to the CISA standards and make sure that they are committed to delivering the culture we're talking about. And one thing I would say, I talked to CISA yesterday actually.
We're going to come on and talk about CISA in a minute.
Okay, I'll pause there, but I think it's critical work, and it is part of the central part of your answer, is do people have confidence? Within the BBC we've got work to do, but do people have confidence if you're a young freelancer joining a production with, let's be honest about this, people in power who've been there for 10 or 20 years, what's the route where you independently can raise a concern without worrying about your career?
And on that note, I was going to ask you about freelancers.
Thank you, Chair. Morning, gentlemen.
Morning.
So, Change Associates surveyed freelancers at the BBC and found 30% had observed or encountered inappropriate behaviour.
Yep.
And 58% did not believe that the BBC would hold people appropriately to account for their behaviour. Yep. Do you recognise that sentiment within your workforce?
Absolutely. Absolutely, because I think we're saying within our workforce, they're freelancers, so they're absolutely part of our workforce, but they're not employees. So you've got this. I think there is a worry. There is a worry that they feel more vulnerable. Remember, this is a broader creative industries issue because you've got people often doing short-term work. They're very worried about keeping their job. So I recognise those issues, and what we need as an industry to do, and it is a reset. This is a big moment for the industry, to make sure that everyone is very vocal. And I think the BBC is getting there, but that there is no consequences for raising concerns, okay, in terms of your career. There are still this is still traumatic for anyone to raise a concern. You guys know this. You've worked with people who raise concerns. So that is why we're addressing it. I mean, things substantive things have changed to the earlier challenges. The formation of CISA. What I would like, and I'd say it is, I do think more production companies to sign up and with CISA, talking to them, working on the standards, joining. The BBC is absolutely leading at the forefront of this, but I think others could get on board.
Banijay should.
I'm not. I think it's not for me to. I'm saying every production company should
including Banijay.
Every production company.
Definition.
Can I hear from yourself?
Again, I think that's a really important point you raised. Having worked in the independent sector, there's another layer here, which is as an independent production company and you're using people, you have a relation with the BBC, and you don't want to jeopardize that. So in the same way that I talked about junior staff not wanting to call out powerful people, as an independent, you're feeling, do I want to create trouble here? So it is a real problem. So we as the BBC have to say, which is the whole point about with independent production companies, that we expect you to follow our standards, and if you do, we're not going to, put grief on you. We invite you to do that. So I think that's another job we have to do. We're doing the job internally. We need to do the job externally as well. And I think, again, that's why I rather like the changes. They actually hit upon these points. These are really important, difficult things to do.
Thank you. So to that point, obviously, Tim, you mentioned sort of your Respect at Work review.
Yeah.
So I know that the panel have asked you this, and you've kind of you've spoken about the seriousness. I kind of really want to go back to that. How serious now? How robust is it? Is your system based upon the higher the profile, the production, and do your sort of freelancers feel lower down within your organisation? Do they feel that they have access to the same recourse?
Great question and really important. Again, I hope everyone's read the Respect at Work review, because I just want to emphasise, and I'm not trying to be defensive about it.
So, and can I just say something? No, that's
Apologies.
fine. No, I just want to add a little bit before, so you can actually answer fully. I want you to specifically state, what have you been doing? What is your organisation? What have they put in place for freelancers to actually raise complaints?
Very good. So just to go back, please do read the Respect at Work in the round. And what it says is actually, I emphasise, not a toxic culture, but pockets where things are not right. But then I do think, to the chair's comments, the risk around freelancers is higher. There's no doubt. Because you're more vulnerable if you're worried about where your next job's going to come from. So we recognise all the issues. So quickly getting to your point, just in terms of principle, I think it's a really important principle, and it links to this idea of, frankly, pandering to people in power. We have an equal process for all. Okay, I don't think we should be treating. Obviously, there's communications and press issues if you're dealing with a very high-profile individual, but in terms of the process, absolutely, we should be treating people equally. And being fair and appropriate, because that's also, to be fair to people in the public eye, that's also an issue in itself, that they face often, issues that are completely inappropriate, and you'll recognise that in politics as well as the BBC. The very specific things to your comment are, firstly, I mentioned them, so apologies for repetition, but we have done a couple of things. One is there is a very, very clear, and I'm happy to share it with you, and we can look through it actually, which is Raising Concerns Hub. And it's simple and clear, and everyone can go to it. So we say, we can drive everyone to the same place and say, this is where you raise concerns. Yeah? And be very clear about that. And that's To me, that's basics, but we've really tidied that up in a way that I think is very compelling and leading edge. The second is this idea of the response team and making sure we've got the right resources to handle it, so when that comes in, they're treated and it's properly dealt with. The third thing that's different since we last talked is CISA. And I'm repeating myself here, but working with an industry body, because they may also go, look, I don't trust the broadcaster, I'm worried about the BBC, this, that and the other, I might want to go to CISA and go to an independent body. How powerful is that? And I think that is a change. That's a big change to the industry if we can get it. But we do need everyone to support CISA. We need everyone to support it so that we all jump together and say, there's a body. That is a massive change if you're a freelancer. You can go to a third-party body with a clear process. And the BBC is, a full member. We'll be working our way through with CISA. We want to see everyone else. So those are changes for a freelance community.
Anything you can do to compel the independent companies you work with to become CISA members?
Yeah. I think what we've got to is we now contract within our contracts, so you have to meet the CISA standards. We could debate whether we can say I don't think within the contract we can say you have to join a certain body, but you have to meet the standards. Now, I've made my expectations clear on that. There is a final point, which is, and it is softer, but probably as material as anything we've talked, which is at the beginning of a production, making sure that executive producers and commissioners set the standard very clearly. Yeah? I mean, those of us who've led presentations, part of it with my team is this is what I expect, this is what I don't expect. On this production, this is what's acceptable. So part of the Call It Out campaign, I know we've had the more soft stuff, is actually making sure that on every BBC production, and that is a learning that continues, with the issues we've had that are significant. I think at the start of every production, you need to be very clear with everyone. This is how we work around here.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Can I just add, Mr. Lowe, to
just
to be clear, this is not just about production. It's not just about. We've talked a lot about it. I met about a month ago one of Tim's senior executives, not in the editorial production area, in a routine meeting, and he talked to me about how, as a result of this review, one of his own team has been reported, and he's now left the BBC. So it's important to know that whilst our focus is on production, and that is important, it's actually throughout the whole organisation. We're not saying this is an important part because it gets done, but actually other bits are important too.
Thank you. My last bit, Chair. Do you, with regards to your sort of freelance staff, are they part of your surveys, your internal staff surveys?
I believe they can respond to the staff survey. Yeah, I'll double check that, but I think they can. Yeah. Sorry, I can give it. I'll come back to you on that.
Yeah, are they aware that
they're absolutely part of our team, and we need to make sure that. I mean, what I'll do is I'll take that away because we may want to look at full-time staff, but make sure we've got the right. It's an utterly fair point. I can give you an answer. I haven't got it here in terms of where it exactly stops and starts.
Right, cool. Thanks. Bye, Chris.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. In my dim and distant past, I was a freelance broadcaster. Do you have any data on the threshold by which a freelancer would feel comfortable reporting bad behaviour as that would compare to someone who was employed? And as well as how that would compare to people who are employed, do you have any data on whether the length of tenure of a freelancer, or indeed the pay point of a freelancer, would impact that threshold by which they would feel comfortable reporting?
I'd love to see that. I haven't seen those cuts you're talking in detail. They're very valid points, by the way, in terms of, and I'd be interested in seeing them. As simple as that. I haven't seen something that actually manages tenure and status. Well, I would say, I mean, the only thing.
Have you asked for that?
Sorry?
Have you asked for that?
I don't think so. That cut. I mean, I've asked for a lot of data, but I don't. It's very interesting. I'm quite interested in asking now. I think that is quite interesting. I think what's the Respect at Work review is clear about. So we should think about whether we get that cut. The interesting thing is it is clear from the Respect at Work review that if you're a freelancer, you're more worried about raising a concern, and if you're more junior. So if you put those two together, it's not going to surprise us if those two factors do influence to your question.
Yeah, but I think it'd be important to know. The other one I'd add is what assurance do you have that the people that you have undertaking the surveys have that appropriate understanding of the mentality and the motivators of freelancers, when I would imagine that those from the survey takers, the survey makers, are probably employed and less likely to be freelance themselves.
Yeah, we normally use, world-class agencies and research. I haven't got to worry about methodology because we could share a bit with you, but I don't think that would be an issue. I think the issue is just getting to the other point is just getting the data. I'm not worried about that.
Good, thank you. James.
Thank you, Chair. Hello again. So, focus a bit on editorial standards now, this section of this morning. And I want to take us back to Glastonbury and the live streaming of Bob Vylan. Tim, did you misread the situation when you were told about what had gone on? And were you shocked then when you saw the chants to death to the IDF and a crowd being whipped up into what I would describe an anti-Semitic frenzy?
Yep.
What was your response on a...
I don't think I misread it. I just got there when I heard about it about 5 o'clock, post the performance was well done by then. And at that point, I knew absolutely that it was an anti-Semitic broadcast. So my decision was to get that off on demand. Simple as that. I mean, it wasn't too complicated in my mind. Okay. And to your point, I do think it was deeply disturbing. Deeply disturbing. I mean, personally, I've talked to many people about this. I thought it was deeply disturbing what happened. I mean, the BBC made a very significant mistake, very significant in broadcasting that. But, you know, the fact that those words were broadcast to that broad audience, it was frankly very, to your point, it was disturbing. But no, I think when I saw it, you know, or heard it, or heard what had been said at about 5 o'clock that day, it was very clear. Get it off on demand. We're not broadcasting this guy. By then, in some ways, you know, with regard to what happened after that and all the issues around it in terms of the coverage and everything else, but at that point, you broadcast. It's been performed at Glastonbury. You are where you are. But yeah, no, I think I did the right things.
So did people that report to you misread it as it went out? And
Well,
do they need checking on what they consider to be anti-Semitic or not?
Of course, that's absolutely what we've done in terms of the investigation, consequences for individuals that we're working through at the moment. We're in the midst of that, so I can't talk about that. But look, we had very experienced individuals who managed a lot of live output over many years, and they read it as harm and offence. They put warnings up, but they didn't pull the string.
Yeah.
And we could.
One of my, I mean, there were many things to be upset about, disappointed about in that awful performance. With full candour, as a avid new music consumer, I have a Bob Vylan record which I will not be listening to anymore. But any level of due diligence by your broadcasters would have seen that they are prolific on matters of race, that they embrace a degree of anarchic punk. I would not have thought they would be capable of such appalling chanting and leading chants.
Yeah, right.
But what due diligence was done? What you know, soft Googling would have found some pretty obnoxious stuff.
It certainly would, and it's absolutely the questions we've been looking at and some of the things we've fixed. I mean, I can go through the actions that we've done, which would quite categorically prevent what happened. So this is a grip issue. We have gripped it. There's a very specific thing we've done, which is essentially, if something is a high-risk act in the way you're talking about, we've now put it on delay. I say it with slightly heavy heart because we've always embraced live music. We like live. It works. We've got many, many years of delivering it, decades.
You might have put a delay on.
We might have done. No, with the glory of hindsight, boy, I wish I'd done.
Glory of foresight is the point I'm making.
Right, so let me say specifically. So the team did meet, they did talk about things, they looked at, and they rated 7 acts high risk. There was only 1 act that was kneecapped, that was put in a different category, which was, we'll need, just because the risk levels are so sky high, they'll have to go on demand. Yeah? When delay. So to your point, they did do due diligence, they rated it as something where there might be, and to your point, music always, you always are, where does politics stop and start, where does hate crime begin? All those things are difficult. Yeah. In this case, by the way, not complex to say that this was an anti-Semitic broadcast, but they didn't judge. They judged the risk and said, okay, we can put warnings up if this comes, and they can pull the string. What happened was well-intentioned people made a mistake of not pulling the stream. What they did was they put warnings up. In some ways, it's as damaging as simple as that.
You're being very candid, and I want to be fair. Just on some more detail, and you've inferred that you might not be drawn on more detail, but in your 11th July letter to the committee about Glastonbury, you said that you could not answer fully all our questions around accountability due to internal processes. Well, what more can you tell us now?
Just that we've done the internal fact find, and now there are consequences for individuals working that through. Honestly, it is not appropriate if someone's going through that kind of action to do a running commentary on that.
So a broadcast that went out at the end of June, the internal processes haven't been expedited, people have not faced any consequences, the decision involved in whether or not to cut the live stream, those people they're just back at work, they're suspended pending investigation?
I've told you they're facing consequences. There are people who are going through a process, and that does take time, and you need to do it properly. Also, these are well-intentioned people who made a mistake. So I need to be proportionate, but there are consequences, and it was damaging.
Will you commit?
The final thing, I do want to say, you said there's no consequences. Actually, some of those individuals, the press coverage, other things, and in terms of for them personally, has been huge, the consequences. I know that is not what, but it's been huge. I mean, do you think these individuals have not had consequences in terms of how they feel? These are good people who have worked for decades in the BBC.
I would also want the BBC to be to show a level of empathy for Jews at Glastonbury who felt they needed to assemble a safe space because of anti-Semitic chanting going on in the Westholtz field.
I totally agree with you.
So I've sympathy with the professional crisis they might be facing, but it's not the same as hate-fueled chanting from the stage at one of, frankly, the marquee event of the music industry.
I totally agree with you. In fact, to be fair to the BBC, I worry. I've talked to many people who are dealing with security in the Jewish community, others, and it's horrifying what's going on. I feel deep empathy. To the earlier question about when I found this tough, I think that responsibility to the Jewish community and making sure we are listening and caring and doing the right things, we care about it desperately. Yeah. I just want to make a point, which is we were not responsible for I'll take the responsibilities, but what you've just outlined was not the BBC's responsibility.
100%.
Which was broadcasting to that audience and what that audience did. That is not something I could control. Where we sit is we had a broadcast that went out on one stream. I'm not diminishing it because the way it went, it had enormous impacts.
I think you've been very clear, Tim.
And we pulled the on-demand. So I just want to be fair to the BBC in that.
Absolutely, because other colleagues want to come in, I'm sure. But just two final things on this. Will you commit now to release findings from the individual internal reviews into the cultural failings so that trust, particularly among the Jewish community, can be rebuilt? I know that the chair has referred, we'll come on to, colleagues are coming on to leading on the Gaza documentary, but your quote about dagger to the heart of impartiality and what it did to trust applies just as readily to the experience of this failing as it does to that. So will you commit to disclosing those internal... Can I just be clear
what you're asking for me to commit to? Because we've done a fact find and then we've agreed actions which directly relate to some of the challenges you quite rightly put to me. Some are technical. As I said, high risk act. And I've heard the argument from others in terms of why risk this? Why risk it? Well, too right.
What you've done is given a huge amount of publicity to this cause.
Yeah, indeed. So, and there's deep regret there about that. Now, we've got technical things. The other thing, though, is, and it links to broader issues around, in terms of culture, where we are as the UK. I worry about it. I worry about it. So the BBC needs to be as inclusive and clear. So things like making sure we have training around anti-Semitism and Islamophobia across the organisation to understand very quickly, if you hear this is clearly in this category. All those things, and this is best practice, by the way. We've seen it in other organisations. We're deploying it to everyone across the BBC. It probably relates to some of the discussion we may have later on Gaza and other things. We've got work to do. I don't think the BBC in any way intends to do things. You know, it's often where motives are ascribed to us. But I tell you, most people at the BBC are deeply worried about this. They want to learn, and there are learnings both culturally. Now, I can summarise that. We've done the action steps. What I don't think is appropriate is we give a running commentary on the.
Is it possible that you can write to us when the internal disciplinary process is completed?
We can write to you. I don't know what I can. I've got to take the right legal advice in terms of what I can say about that. But absolutely, we can write to you.
But did you want to
Can I
comment?
just add a small adjunct to the Glastonbury? I mean, of course, these things have consequences. We see a rise in anti-Semitic incidents when these things are broadcast. But I've had an email from a staffer in the corporation who said that staff are repeatedly asked to work for free as part of development opportunities, and this particularly happened around Glastonbury when it was being advertised amongst people that are keen to do this for their CV, and that means inexperienced, poorly trained people working more than one job. These are the type of volunteers that come forward, and that leads to these kind of slips. Do you have any comment on that? This morning,
I think
you keep saying no one's irreplaceable. We've seen The Guardian reporting in July there'll be 10,000 cuts, 10,000 staff at risk back office with AI replacing these roles.
The last, I wouldn't put too much store by the last statement, but we can do that separately. Very quick, I think they're different issues. I think if you've got any evidence that someone, by the way, is unpaid, we pay people salaries, and if they want to work on Glastonbury, bear with me, I think there's a very specific thing, which is if you read the reports, and we can make it clear, that was not the issue in this case.
You had over 500.
This went to, but it went to.
Being advertised a lot. Do
I understand, but you asked me whether it was linked to the failing that happened, and I'm telling you, we had enough senior people, and it relates to the other questions in terms of accountability. We had. Well, I've said we'll tell you what we can, but I think we have to stay strong in terms of respecting individual disciplinary process. I don't want to keep doing that, but this was not the issue. I got the issue that you're raising. If you've got any more evidence on that, do share it with me. Separately, I don't think that was what caused this issue. I really don't.
Today, our chair was captioned with a completely other MP's name, so I don't know how much of this AI is taking over, and you guys are sleepwalking on the job.
I'm not sure whether. I can see that wouldn't be ideal, but I'm not sure whether that was AI. I'll double check that. Thanks.
We need to move on. But I mean, I think the point that you had 550 people working for you there, relying on volunteers is not necessarily the issue. Let's move on to Gaza. Did you want to kick that off? And
yes, thank you, Chair. Just briefly, on Gaza and how to survive a war zone, continuing theme of editorial guidelines. Following Peter Johnson's report on the Gaza documentary, the BBC stated it would take fair, clear and appropriate action based on the findings to ensure accountability. Can you give us a sense of what actions you've taken, please?
Are you asking about individuals, or are you asking about the Peter Johnson recommendations, or the whole thing?
Specifically the Peter Johnson, in response to the Peter Johnson report.
Well, we're executing, and I can go, I expect we're up against it on time. So if you go through I've got Peter's recommendations in front of me, they're very robust. I thought it was a very good report, by the way, very good. And we had to sort the wheat for a chaff a little bit in terms of all the various accusations around the programme. I thought he did a good job. It took a bit of time, and I don't apologise for that, because 5,000 emails, financial trails, all of that. Very specifically, we've got different processes in terms of play and more robust processes in terms of when we're working. We get back to indie questions as well, in terms of working with the indie, making sure we've got the right BBC oversight. There's also a leadership change we're making, which I think is material in my world, which is a new director of news documentaries and long-form journalism being appointed. We're hiring for that now. And we are putting in enhanced, what we call a first, forgive the jargon, but a first gate process, so that you start with really being clear on all the risks. We've got new guidance on Yehud and Yehudi, as you may have read. So I think we've executed the guidelines, the Peter Johnson recommendations, and we're in process on doing that. With regard to individuals, again, we're in the same situation. Actually, we're working through. We have a couple of issues in terms of dealing with one or two individuals in terms of not being at work. So we're working through those issues. But there are people who are, facing consequences of what was a bad mistake. Well, it was a bad mistake. I mean, I think the report also says that the BBC also, there was Hoyo Films not disclosing fully that information was important to us as well. I mean, read the Peter Johnson review, it's pretty clear.
Chair, do you feel that the BBC's house is in order on this issue, having said the earlier quote I used, the dagger to the heart, impartiality?
Well, I stand by that quote. I thought it was a real mistake. I think that what Peter found, which was under the terms of accuracy, that we were not open and transparent about the relationship of the narrator to a Hamas official. I think that really does go straight to the heart of the BBC's reputational risk in terms of being impartial, in terms of being trustworthy. So I do think that was the case. I don't want to minimize what was the problem here. I think it was a problem. In this case, it was sin of omission. It's just as serious as sins of commission. I think on the issue, you didn't raise it. I talked to Peter about his report, and I asked him about impartiality, and he said, and I think we agreed, he was looking at it in terms of very narrow technical view of editorial guidelines. In other words, for example, were all points of view available, anti-Hamas as well as pro-Hamas, and that because they were, he did not find it on that technical point breach impartiality. But on the bigger point, which is what I was making, that still stands. I thought it was a real mistake, and Tim said, and we have taken fully all of his recommendations. I agree, it was very detailed. You know, one of the things, I want to say, you know, people often say to me, why does it all take so long? Right. Well, I was very concerned that no payment from the BBC went to Hamas. Now try and follow that audit trail to make sure, as best as we can, that nothing went. It's really difficult, but we really went hard, and that takes time.
It's still quite arresting to hear even that as a prospect, isn't it?
I know, completely. Yeah. That's why we asked about it. I mean, it really is. So I think the report, but I do think it was a very big issue for us.
Thank you,
big
Chair.
mistake.
Thank you. Paul?
I declare my interest as a member of the National Union of Journalists. On this wider issue of editorial guidelines, gentlemen, obviously there have been clear and unacceptable failures when it came to Glastonbury, which made the Jewish community feel unsafe. There have been clear and unacceptable failures on Gaza, how to survive a war zone. But I'd like to ask you, particularly the Director-General, you said last time you came to us you'd tried to find a way to use some of the footage gathered for the film to tell the story in a different way. Now, many people, certainly my constituents and many of other constituents, feel that Israel's failure to allow journalists, including BBC journalists, into Gaza is an utter disgrace, and that as a result we're having to rely on individual citizen journalism. And this film contains some very powerful footage from children on the front line. How are you trying to make sure that that complies with your own editorial standards so that you can reuse it so people can see the truth of what's been going on in Gaza?
I work in the woods because the first, I think we should all say that not allowing journalists into Gaza is unacceptable.
I agree.
And it really is, it puts, in my view, this is probably the toughest editorial coverage challenge we've ever had. Certainly, I say ever, 20 years I've been to the BBC, this is as tough as it gets. And we are finding the pressures on our journalists, security threats, buildings being attacked. It really is very, very demanding. I'm not just looking for sympathy there, but there's a technical point you raise. I will get to your point, but there's a technical point. It's really important that we all stand and say, look, we need access. Because we can look at a story like aid centres or whatever and hospitals, but there's nothing like having a proper journalist with our standards on the ground doing the work. So I would ask us to get access, and the idea that we can't go into war zones is patently absurd because we've done that for years and we know what we're doing. So that's a point well made. It puts everything, in some ways in a more difficult setting. Second thing is our appetite to give voice to, we may mention medics or to children in Gaza, remains undimmed. Okay, one of the things I find most demanding, I'm not looking for sympathy here, but is attribution of intent from our side. You are clearly pandering to that lobby, you're doing, I'm going to be blunt, it's nonsense. We are trying to do journalistically our job. Okay?
Precisely, so can I ask you specifically
now let's get to the point on this film.
How are you going to achieve
on this
that?
film, we don't know whether we can air the, I'll tell you why, it's to do with consent, going back, doing all the footage on the rushes, the whole thing. The team are looking at it, but I can't guarantee that we're going to air anything. What I can guarantee is we are going to go after those stories, and we will be making sure we're not cowed to go after.
When you see those stories yourself, I mean, I could do a quick edit job now and say those stories are valid, they can be put together. Why has that not been done? How far away are you from doing that? Because that would reassure a lot of your audience that you're committed to hearing those real voices on the ground.
I take your point. I think there are real difficulties with airing bits of the film in terms of due diligence, but I will take it, and I can respond a little. I'll give you a more formal response from the newsroom and where they are. But my biggest priority is, actually, I'll be blunt, has not been to get that all back, but actually to get on the front foot and make sure we're telling those stories, because your points are absolutely well taken.
Well, can I, in that vein, move on to the other documentary, Gaza, Doctors Under Attack, which was not screened by the BBC because you feared it risked creating a perception of partiality as an organisation. But how do you respond to the criticism that Channel 4 News had no problem actually fulfilling their duties? And don't you feel that actually you've just been overcautious? You've swung the pendulum the other way? No,
I think we made the right decision. But I don't think it's news, by the way, from our side. It was in terms of it's current affairs. There's a slight difference in terms of a doc. But where we were, I mean, it's fairly straightforward where we were, which is we were a little bit frustrated because clearly the voices of the medics, we've given a lot of voice on our airways, by the way, and on our news coverage to medics working in Gaza under extreme conditions and the terrible things they're having to face, which is horrendous. But in this film, it's pretty straightforward. You know, a admired journalist, but someone who does have a position on the issue with regard to what happened in Gaza war zone. You could argue, I mean, I take your feedback if you think we're being too cautious, but my view and the view of the news leadership was that we clearly had someone with a position and we needed a narrator who was a BBC journalist, making sure that we weren't open to that. Otherwise, we could be in the same old problem. And bluntly, I know this is frustrating filmmakers. Our intent is good, but if they wanted to air the film as they put it, Channel 4 can do that. They have different. I mean, we have the editorial guidelines of the BBC. It's different. It's different. I think. Look, we're making these decisions daily. I hope you can see that overall. I would hope this committee back our journalists. We're not perfect. We make mistakes now and again, but overall, and I've just seen the research, by the way, which shows that most people, the majority of people, don't have a view that we're one side or the other on this issue. So, and it's about equally divided on both sides. So we navigate the course with some personal risk to individuals, by the way. And I take some of your
there's serious
points.
risk to the individual journalists out in Israel being killed, I mean, that's for sure.
Totally right, totally right.
But Rupert wants to comment.
I think your account of the medics under fire, or whatever it was called, that one, seems to be quite different from what the production company, and again, it links to many things we've said, freelancers, a small production company who made it in good faith. I think they covered the footage that autumn. They passed the film to you. According to them, it went through all your internal checks. It was okay in February, and then it was sort of sat on for months and months and months, and then dropped by July. I think you went on Newsnight saying because of comments from the people who made it or something. It just doesn't marry up.
I don't think it was me on Newsnight, but...
I think there's a clip of you on Newsnight.
Oh, I see. Sorry, it was the Katie Razzle interview that went on Newsnight.
It just
but it didn't. It did not go through all our processes to get aired. It's as simple as that. So we can debate. We can debate the ins and outs of.
Otherwise, so somebody.
With respect, at the end of the day, the BBC is a. No, I understand, but with respect, the BBC. At the end of the day, makes a decision, a final decision to air or not. And it made the decision I've said. And almost, I understand frustration, I respect the indie, we were mindful of the work they've done. I think, from their...
They've won awards for their work with Bataclan before.
Of course.
It's a respected company.
Of course it's a respected company. I mean, we've had... we work with respected companies, but I've told you there was a technical issue with this film that led it to not being aired.
Oh, sorry, what was that issue? Because we know, as Paul pointed out, that it was a perception of partiality.
It was a perception of impartiality of the narrator.
So that's not even partiality, it's a perception. What do you mean?
Because when you're dealing with...
someone?
Well, no. If I was trying not to upset people, I'm probably in the wrong job. But what I was saying was, it's very clear, which is if people feel the narrator of the film has a particular point of view and is on one side of the issue, then that is not...
this is the doctor's one we're talking, not the kid whose father was...
We're talking medics, absolutely.
Okay, that's the first I've heard of that, because it does feel like you're bowing to some sort of pressure. With this war, it's being reported very differently to, say, the Ukraine war. I don't know why...
Well, it's a different conflict. I think...
Why are you so fearful?
I don't think we're fearful. I think if you spent time... I want to defend the newsroom and the journalists. I don't think they're shaped by fear. And I don't think they're shaped by individual bits of lobbying. What they're shaped by, if I may, is our editorial guidelines. And this, the person who is, this is not a criticism. It is simply, I have to decide with the news team, do we think if we air the film, we will be seen as, is it seen as an impartial piece of work? And we had an issue. And that is the decision we're making on a regular basis. What I have to say, that if you look at our overall coverage, the leading journalism we've done on Gaza, the voice we've given to medics in Gaza, I just simply don't recognise the fact that...
Or didn't have these same issues. They aired it, no problem. But I mean, you talked about lobbying. Can you tell us or can you publish how many conversations you have had with pro-Palestinian voices and pro-Israeli voices being lobbied by both sides?
I don't know what I'll have to come back to you on what we publish. I can tell you I'm talking to people on every angle of this conflict on a very regular basis.
So Bloomberg on Sunday, there was a very one-sided interview with Mike Huckabee, and he was stating as fact there's loads of food in Gaza. Every aid agency on the ground is saying otherwise. But there was no challenge to that. There was no person from the UN or from Oxfam or wherever. And it feels, I don't know, the only voice ever you see is Hussam Zomlot. I don't think he's been on that show for about a year.
I think if you looked at our coverage of the UN, we've been absolutely clear on giving that voice. I mean, honestly, in this conflict, we're not perfect. We analyse those things, but the incoming we're getting on both sides, I could show you, is absolutely that we're giving far too much voice to those people on... whether it be the UN on one side or Israeli voices on the other.
Yes, in some respects, it's not an election. I think you're treating it as something that...
with respect, I'm not saying...
So we know...
I'm not saying
we know
that.
Zippy Hotovely, we know certain people, Mark Regev, they're often on these shows. The other side, we don't even... The pro-Palestinian voices, I don't think we do have those. I can't picture some of the people you hear
I'd
on
make 2
the
points.
programme.
I absolutely take your point and agree on what I'd call on equalisation, which is you've done 10 minutes here, you've done 10 minutes. I think frankly, our journalists are better than that. Our editors are better than that. They're thinking about the conflict in the round. I would take your concerns. I think absolutely we are trying to give all voices. And I have to say, when people arrive on the BBC, and we may talk about this another, I think there's a cultural phenomenon that is you're giving voice to people. This is important that we get people on the BBC and we interrogate them and we journalistically, these are not people coming in for a free ride, they're getting properly questioned.
In the Centre for Media Monitoring's report, they sort of painstakingly analysed, and I think they've got some statistics of a Palestinian death is not worth the same as an Israeli death and all that. I think it was, and even the fact that there's always qualification. I mean, nobody says Netanyahu, who is accused of war crimes, in the same way as... Do you see what I mean? That it feels like it's... And for example, the ICC was not covered by yourselves. I think you said the Post Office was more important that day. But those kind of things are just absent from your channels.
I don't believe they're absent, but I do recognise the concern. Now, I've met the Centre for Media Monitoring. They do a lot of good work. We have a constructive dialogue with them. I think I don't know whether have you read the Assan report on the other side? Assassin, yeah. Sorry, Assassin report, which is from the other side in terms of from a more pro-Israeli mindset in terms of analysing our output. Both reports use AI, okay? So I do think, look, I'll look at the data, but there are some methodological issues around just using AI because it's contextual. You need to look at how the reporting was done. It doesn't include live output. Having said that, I've sat with, and quite rightly, I'm very interested in hearing from the Centre for Media Monitoring, reflecting on some of their feedback, and areas like giving broader context to the conflict. I absolutely think we can be doing more work. So, look, we're engaged in dialogue with those parties, and absolutely we should be listening.
Okay, just lastly, as a former BBC staffer myself, I would say do listen to your staff, many hundreds of whom are saying that they're ashamed and fearful of the way this is being reported. And I know that at the recent all-staff meeting, the Medics Under Fire documentary was the most asked about thing. Because, you know, it's a disrespect for a small independence work done with integrity that you sit on it for months, give some spurious reason and another channel covers it. So I know there's real concern amongst your staff ranks. I've got them in my family.
I think if you talk to different communities within the BBC staff, as with most organisations, but with the BBC...
Most asked about thing in your most recent meeting, and, yeah, people... do notice these things. They're tired and they're put through unnecessary hurdles, and you get slips also like the Glastonbury.
People
they're
are concerned.
Tired, they're doing more than one job, they're being taken advantage of, a lot of them.
Right, we need to move on. Liz, please.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning to both of you.
Good morning.
Mr Davie, we've spoken about impartiality in political coverage. Turning to domestic political coverage. In recent months, the BBC has featured Nigel Farage's speech on asylum policy at the top of its website for an entire day, published endless comment pieces on the rise of reform, and even claimed coming third in the Hamilton by-election made reform the big winner of the night. How can this wall-to-wall coverage of reform be justified for a party with only 4 MPs?
It may be worth hearing from the Chair initially, because we've discussed this at the Editorial Standards Committee and talked a lot about this. And I think, I mean, Samir, do you want to say something? Then I could talk a little bit about how we're handling it.
Kick off. I chair the Editorial Guidelines and Standards Committee, which examines these sorts of things. And routinely we have assessments of our news coverage and our news audiences. And I think one of the things, as we all know, we were aware that the political system here and the electorate are fragmenting. It's becoming a multi-party state, and we want to know how BBC News will cover this situation, the new emerging situation, both in Parliament but also in the country as a whole. We had a very interesting report about it, and of course the reality is our coverage, BBC News' coverage, it reflects not just the party representation in Parliament, but also what polling is telling us about how many people support one party or the other, and what the actual numbers are. We know, you're right, of course, that Reform have Lib Dems have 70-odd members, Reform has only 4, I think, but Reform had 4 million votes. That's quite a sizable thing, and what we were concerned about, what we want to know, is how is BBC News covering that, this changing nature of Reform support. And I think what you're recognising, I don't think it's wall-to-wall. If you think about the recent Reform conference, it was doing what was happening. The events of the Labour Party took over, the Angela Rayner story took over, so I don't think they'd agree with you. We do it on terms of both their representation of the country in Parliament and news judgments, and that's how we approach it. And I think that because Reform have risen in terms of its popularity and its support, you might detect greater coverage of Reform and Reform stories, but that really reflects their own popularity, as it were, within the country as a whole. I think the important thing we want to make sure, and we as board want to make sure, that it's due coverage, that it's proportional to all those factors. It's not overreach, there's not more, there isn't less. And that's always a judgment. It's a judgment based on the general background about support and also on the individual day in terms of news values. And I think that suggestion that we need to make sure that we are adequately reflecting Reform voters in our coverage, their views and their attitudes as much as everybody else's, is important. And I think that's the background, the context to the way the news is covered. Reform.
Are there equivalent plans to win the trust of supporters of other parties, including those worried by the disproportionate coverage the BBC is giving to Reform?
Indeed, we look at the interests and the views of all the parties on impartiality and what their concerns are and what we can do to try and meet this. We're not going to change our position of impartiality and telling all parties. We're not going to change our own standards, but we need to make sure that the stories we cover address everybody's concerns, not just one party. We wouldn't do that. But let me just say, we've done this before. We've looked at how, in terms of demographics, what do young people, what do old people think about our news coverage, and how can we manage to maintain our standards but reach out to that group as well. So it's not, we are constantly looking at our news coverage and making sure that it is valued by all our licence fee payers and not just one sector or another.
I mean, very quick from me, I think our only objective is to deliver fair and impartial coverage, and we're always listening when people think we're not delivering that, and the balances are wrong. I mean, I've talked to the leader of Liberal Democrats a number of times, and I think what we've got is we have got a challenge in terms of a new landscape. The two parties were 80%, now they're 60%, as you know only too well. And meanwhile, it is appropriate we look at latest election results polling and reform. I think it was an estimated national share of about 30%. They got the councils, they got the mayoral contests. I think we're trying to get the balance right. I think it is difficult, and to your challenge, I think we need to keep reflecting on, I looked at my question time numbers before I came here, you'll be pleased to hear, and I've got them in front of me, I look forward to that, but there were more Liberal Democrats than Reform, over the last period. All those things we're trying to look at, be fair. I take your concerns, that we are also a news organisation, so you do chase, we've got to, appropriately, when news is being made, things happen, and that might be of any shape and size in terms of the news, so it's very difficult to be utterly proportionate in that. I would say it's a very active discussion, because what's happened, isn't it, is that the landscape politically has changed fundamentally, and there's more issue-based discussion, there's more parties in there in terms of a scale. We just need to keep doing our work and make sure that's right. But again, I want to be blunt as well. Some of the reporting that we're trying to ingratiate ourselves to one party or lean one way or the other is, frankly, for the birds. What we're trying to do is negotiate a new landscape fairly. That's it.
You said a short while ago that you're worried about where we are in the UK. Would you accept that by giving undue prominence to one political party with a hyper focus on divisive issues, the BBC is fuelling a toxic debate?
I am worried. I mean, I'll just echo that. I mean, if you look on, by the way, we'll debate the BBC quite rightly and accountably here, but have a look at social media, have a look at some of where the other media outlets are going. I mean, I do worry. Okay, now when it comes to our house, because I'm not pushing away the problem, I take the concern. What I would say is, and this is, I was in a university the other day and said, how can you give voice to Trump? And I said, I'm not giving voice to Trump. I'm journalistically covering the news and interrogating the story. So the idea that, if you heard, I think it was Nick Robinson interviewing someone from Reform the other day, it was a tough interview. I think we are about journalistic interrogation, looking to your point. What is substantive? Where policy is real? What's proven? What's happening in councils? With our local services, we've got a great, and I think we need access, by the way, to reporting in everywhere. That is part of the accountable. I'm so fired up at the moment about the value of free press, the value of that interrogation. But what I really don't believe is we should be not. I take the point on prominence and just the balance, but I absolutely don't think we should be saying, sorry, we don't give voice to people. And I know you're not saying that, but that does come in quite a lot at the moment, and it's changing in society. Don't give voice to someone I don't agree with. We have to stay strong on that.
I'm not saying that at all, but I think it is really, really important that we do hold everybody to account, and also in terms of your journalists holding people to account. I would say that there has been criticism in the past that, for example, Laura Kuenssberg has given quite soft interviews to the leader of Reform. Would you say that's true? Or
no, I don't recognise that. I get feedback from every side on that, but I don't want to sound complacent, because we're debating this every day at the BBC. If you come onto the editorial meetings with, the editors of our main news strands, one is they don't lack appetite to put politicians and other public figures properly under scrutiny, and two is they have no desire to give anyone a so-called easy ride if proper questions are required. So look, everyone will have a particular view on one interview, a bit one way or the other, but actually I think the BBC is doing a good job.
Okay, on the 10th of July, your 6 o'clock news programme, watched by an average of 3.3 million viewers, featured a package covering the government's announcement of a one-in, one-out migrant deal with France. The package included a segment of footage of Farage discussing the issue from a boat in the English Channel, and the footage was clipped from an earlier programme by GB News. That's a rarity for the BBC, which when covering domestic news, almost always uses its own footage, or from a pull clip. Would the BBC go to the same lengths to cover another opposition leader?
It depends on it's such a hypothetical question. What I would say is, we take, if someone's got footage, we'll take it, we'll credit it, and I can't see an issue with, if it's properly contextualised within the BBC, taking a GB News footage. We could debate the balance, the time length, but the principle, I mean, the overwhelming output in the BBC is is BBC output. But now and again, if someone's got some footage and they're distributing, whether that be a press outlet or another outlet, we'll put it in context. I think that's just standard journalism. Your point about the running order is fair. I mean, it's just a question of how you balance that. I would say we've got a fantastic team running the 6 and the 10, and they know what they're doing, and they're trying to get the balance right. You may or may not agree with some of their calls of an evening. That is the nature of news. But in the round, I do want to just set a little bit of perspective. In the round, in the annual report, trust in BBC News grew last year. Yeah? And it's important that for all the slings and arrows we're facing, all the pressures, how valuable is that in a society where disinformation, and we're losing a little bit of this, in my view, that the wood from the trees here is that the world is getting more polarised, people are not listening to each other. I am very worried about it. So what can I do about it? I can make sure the BBC, as editor-in-chief, is trying to steer that course. I listen to the concerns. I think in a new political landscape, there are challenges. There are challenges. And how do you cover that new reality within tight media formats? Will there be examples of an interview or a particular blog where you go, look, that's evidence? I would say look at it in the round. The BBC's doing a pretty good job.
Let's move on to Rita.
Yeah, so if we are moving to this brave new world, this multi-party reality, that also includes, I think there were 4 pro-Gaza independents elected last time, Greens growing way more, 4 times more than they were in the last parliament. How do you reflect all this in your coverage? Again, Koonsberg had guess who on Sunday? Nigel Farage, our old friend. You know, there is a risk of disproportionate coverage. How do you cover the whole lot?
Well, we just got to work and make sure we do. Sorry, it is a trite answer, but we are sitting there going, okay, so we've got the new leader of the Greens, what's the right, we've got the conference, how do we cover that? These are debates that are happening in the newsroom now to make sure we deliver to the Chair's challenge fair and impartial coverage of the UK political landscape in the round, and we'll be judged by, over the period of time, I take the challenges, but we'll be judged over a period of time by the data, how we did it, how we're perceived by the British public. The numbers are pretty good at the moment, but no complacency. And we, to your point, we do need to give voice to those parties that are more, I don't know what the right expression is, but on the edge of British politics. Absolutely.
I mean, also, it doesn't inspire loads of confidence when some of your senior people are known as being very partisan, like Robbie Gibb, like Rafi Berg, I think has been exposed on Twitter by some people. But Robbie Gibb's got a very long... Can
we just pull those apart, if I may just bite on that for a second, because I do think it's not fair. We've got reporters with a certain background who are doing excellent work, and forgive me, but I think it's unacceptable when people are attacking individual reporters because they may have...
Reporter, it's people at board level.
I'm talking about Rafi Berg. That's why I just pulled it apart. That's why Rafi Berg is a reporter in the BBC.
Anyway,
a journalist to the BBC. A journalist to the BBC. Right.
Robbie Gibb, brother of Nick Gibb.
I'm aware of Robbie Gibb. So without being flippant, I mean, then we get to the board people on the board. I think the chair can speak for how the board works.
Right. If they've got little influence, that's one thing then. But so you're saying that they're not making these editorial decisions?
Well, let's be clear.
I know we're against the clock a bit, are we? Yeah.
We are against the clock.
But let me answer the Robbie Gibb point. The board consists of 14 directors. Robbie is one of 10 non-executive. He's a non-executive director. He has no role, as nor do I, on anything before transmission.
Okay, accepted.
Right? So he has no influence there whatsoever. We are, however, charged to review the output and make sure it conforms to the guidelines we have, which is what Robbie, along with the 9 other non-execs, do.
Okay, point taken. Sorry, you mentioned Tim, and we have sparred over this for some years now. Question time. I mean, again, every time we're here, I've got these figures that are very different from your figures about the selection criteria, the non-politicians, the people from GB News and other broadcasters, the people from The Spectator, the head of the supermarket, these kind of people, and then your one Labour. I just wondered, maybe this time we can clear it up once and for all. Could you tell us what exactly are the selection criteria for being a question time panellist? It is your flagship programme. Is it based on opinion polls, representation in Parliament? Can you tell us?
It's a balance of those things. I mean, honestly,
or can you publish it
we've
and
had
show
this,
us?
No, we've had this dance a number of times, and I think...
Yeah, because I say some numbers that will be to Oxbridge, that will be to private school. You say it's not true. So could you publish clearly
I've got
the criteria?
But firstly, since...
Because every week it will change, do you know what I mean? On Thursday
autumn
it will change
2024.
So can we have the selection criteria like...
It's autumn 2024. We've had 34 Labour, 34 Conservative, 14 Lib Dems, 8 Reform. No, but I'm just...
It's going to change on a weekly basis.
It's going to change.
Know how do you get on the show?
Well, it is a judgment from the editorial team to reflect the political landscape, but also those people who are... It's not just about party politics. It's about those people who have got a voice, those people who represent different areas of the community. I am more than happy to offer you, go and meet the editors, go and meet the team, and just they can talk you through how they do it. They're very good. They're very good. Well, look, I've got all the political positions of some non-politicians are up for debate. The following split is as follows. Left 24, right 24, neutral 12. And that's since autumn 24. So we're pretty much, that's the team's criteria. What they do is they look at it in the round and go, have we got balance? And I'm getting equal incoming from the other side, by the way. Sure. So I think I'm more than happy to take this outside and you for meet the editor. Because if you think I'm...
Take it outside the room.
Because we've done this 3 times. I think we're in good. I think we're in a really good.
Not what I asked you though, is it? Is that? Do you know what I mean? Like when you're on a selection panel,
we're not publishing.
When you're on a selection panel, there's desirable attributes, there's essential attributes like that.
We have an editorial system, and we don't have a tick box system. What we do...
You're making up as you go along.
No, but hold on. We haven't...
That's pretty clear.
Let's move on. I mean...
that is not representative.
I think you two guys are always going to fall out over this, so I'm going to move it on. Let's go to Jo, please.
Thank you, Chair. This is to Tim. So by what criteria did you choose to put Thomas Skinner on Strictly Come Dancing?
That was not my decision. That was the production team looking for those people that they thought you've got 2 criteria. Those people who want to do Strictly and those people they thought would be interesting to the audience. That was it.
Okay, so there's a claim that Narinder Kaur was deemed too controversial to be on Strictly Come Dancing. So how are you evaluating
I've never heard that. I mean, I'm not... Simply put, I'm not involved directly. That's not disowning it. It's just day to day. It's for BBC Studios to propose to the Commissioner of Entertainment who they think they can get. One is who will take part, because it's quite a commitment, 3 months in full training. And the second is who are people that they think would make a good balance in terms of the cast. And my goodness, they've done a good job in terms of creating a phenomenal show. We don't say that you have to agree or that there'll be people with different views there. Clearly, we wouldn't take anyone whose views are, just beyond the pale or we would see as completely unacceptable or not suitable, racist views, all those things. We wouldn't accept them. But that's not the case here, from what I know. I'm not an expert on the individual per se. I've read some of the coverage, but I think we're a pretty broad church when it comes to Strictly.
There's not a specific criteria then that you're adhering to. I mean, Thomas Skinner.
What criteria are you thinking of?
On the basis of who gets onto Strictly Come Dancing.
I understand that. What criteria would you...
Well, if one is deemed too controversial, what is that? There must be a criteria if somebody is deemed too controversial.
But I think it's related to do they have there may be views you don't agree with, but that's not to me a criteria. If someone had broadcast things that were totally unacceptable, had racist views, we don't want them anywhere near our shows. That's obvious. That's the kind of that's what our team have to judge. They do. I mean, I don't know how many series we're in, but we've had a pretty good run of the contestants. There's been things to deal with, but actually, in terms of the casting and the overall show around the world, I think they do a good job.
I think it goes back to the previous question from my colleagues. So how are you deciding how much airtime outside news and current affairs for personalities who could be described as political, and then is there not a danger for the BBC falling into the culture war trap?
Well, yeah, I'd love the BBC not to be in the culture wars, but everything. If you're going to cast people now with social media, I mean, we're in a completely new landscape. That you're into, we're into a dancing program here. We won't be talking about current affairs. We'll be looking at, how well they dance. I think this is fine to cast an individual as long as they're within boundaries. And look, it's one person within a long lineup of different individuals, different people have different views on the casting this year, by the way, the other way. So I think it's just the nature of the beast in a social media world that everyone have a bit of a view. I don't think it's right to say, we won't have anyone who's never said anything that you either disagree with is slightly controversial on social media. I don't think that works. Frankly, I just think we've cut the list down too far nowadays in this, with some heavy heart, because I'd love that to be the case.
Thanks, James. Let's move on to Bio, please.
Right, so regarding, what was your response to the government's creative sector plan and the measures included to support the public service broadcasters?
Broadly speaking, I'm positive about a number of it. I'm positive about the landscape at the moment in terms of not only the government's intentions around public service media, but if I can, because I know we're a bit short of time, just say that Ofcom's review of public service media as well, some of those recommendations, I think they are, firstly, I really appreciate the overall support for public service broadcasting. We're going to have to fight for public service broadcasting, and we should be incredibly proud of the BBC and what it's delivering, and I'm glad the government recognised that. I'm also really pleased, having worked for many decades on this, that when you look at the industrial growth strategy, creative industries are absolutely part of that. So this committee is now looking after what I think is one of the key growth engines of the UK. I'm very supportive of it. Having said that, I think what we're seeing is a challenge to act more quickly and with some urgency in a radically new landscape around collaboration, around prominence, around a whole load of decisions around DTT transition, which we want to talk about. All those things, there is a sense that now is the time to get moving on public service media and support it, because if we don't do that, I think the jeopardy becomes too high. I worry. And I think we're in a strong position. As I always say in this committee, I think that if you want cheering up, go fly anywhere in the world and talk about the BBC.
Okay.
We are the envy of the world. The question is we've got to try and protect that.
Can I just add to that? I think both the government and the Ofcom view, I'm very pleased to note that there is a commitment to public service broadcasting. I can't tell you how important I and the board think this is. Of course, the BBC is the major player here, but it's important for this country that we recognise the value of public service broadcasting in the face of this changing landscape. And one of the issues, as we all know, is prominence. I don't know if you've been to the latest smart TV exhibition and displays, and it takes a long time to get to public service broadcasting. And it's really important that prominence matters, not just for the BBC, but for PSB as a whole. And our impact on the creative industries of this country is profound. And again, so I really welcome both Ofcom and the government's recognition of the importance of public service.
Thank you. So on that point, the plan obviously proposed sort of the updating of the policy and the regulatory sort of framework. So what should the government prioritise in updating its regulatory framework?
Well, I think firstly we've got to get the Media Act done and get the prominence sorted. To echo the Chair's comments, this is not an accident that we've got such a thriving and admired creative sector. We've decided, in terms of prominence, in terms of intervention, in terms of a licence fee, to create something. And we've created a lot of growth. And, as I said, the roles for the BBC are really clear. Trusted, in terms of, a trusted source of information. Then you've got, homegrown content. I was at the amazing dinner last night to celebrate 70 years of ITV. It's an incredible system that we've created. And then also the idea of we all care about social cohesion. A public service broadcaster is not about weaponising and going into a particular silo. So to answer your question, we need to understand, to echo the Chair's points, in areas like smart televisions and others, what is the right level of prominence for public service broadcasting? Because it is, if your tiles along the bottom of your screen of an evening are just for sale to the highest bidder, that is a different regime to where we are today. Yeah? So I think that's really important. The second is we need stable and adequate funding. And that includes the BBC in terms of what comes after licence fee, how it works, how we reform, and making sure we've got universal funding. That's absolutely critical, and I welcome the support from numerous quarters on that. We need clarity. Sorry, you did ask.
Carry on.
We need clarity on the distribution in the future. And I'm largely echoing, by the way, Ofcom's good work in this, because I think it works with government on this, which is where we're going. I think we need to ensure that we're able to execute partnerships, in different areas to share our resources with other public service broadcasters. And I think the other one is just make sure, and I know Ofcom are on this, as in their words, streamline regulation, stripping away unnecessary restrictions, where, we clearly need accountability. We're absolutely here to do that, but we need to act at speed. My biggest worry at the moment is not that we all together have intent to do this. I actually feel supported in this, I think, and quite motivated, and I think the BBC feels in a good place where, in terms of delivering its numbers. The issue is speed.
Yeah.
The issue is speed. The American, I've got nothing against them particularly, but we are in a position where the scale of these players is moving incredibly fast. Many of them are not regulated, and they're moving extremely fast. And if we're having a debate, whether it be about prominence or if we're having a debate about world service funding that lasts for too long, I can tell you, with AI and all the things we could talk about, the world's moving very fast. So it's more about speed than intent.
Okay, thank you. Chair, you wanted to come
Yes,
in. If you could be brief, please.
Yeah. So we're talking about, I think the Ofcom are very positive about us, but I think the speed of regulation and control, I mentioned before about how long it took us to get our radio extensions done, with public interest test. I think a recognition of, as Tim said, how fast it's moving. And also, we are going to have to think about our relationship with other social platforms.
Sorry, say that again.
Other social platforms, TikTok, YouTube, all those. And we need to make sure that our regulatory framework allows us to go to where people are going and there is no restriction. So it's giving us the freedom to move within accountability to the changing landscape. And I can't tell you how it's changing and how much money other streamers and the like are pouring into things like AI. It's going to transform our world, and we need the regulatory mechanism to allow us to cope with it and deal with it.
Thank you.
And Tom, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'll start by just declaring an interest as the Chair of the BBC APG and a recipient of hospitality. Dr. Shah, Peter Bazalgette, one of the creative sector plans authors, told us that the first priority for the government should be sorting out the funding of a healthy BBC. Are you persuaded that that's high up the government's priority list?
My persuaded is
high up the government's priority list.
I talk to the Secretary of State all the time about the various issues, and I think the Secretary is fully aware of how important our funding model is, the need for scale, the need for universality. I think if there was an easy solution to it, we would have had it. I think it's quite complicated, how we get the funding model, and I agree with Baz, we do need to do that. But once the Green Paper is out, which is going to come out in the next, I think in early October, that's when we're going to get into earnest discussions about how do we reform the current funding model in such a way to deliver our mission to be, in a way that's both universal and has scale and allows us to compete in this new world that we're working in.
On a similar topic, and perhaps more urgently, we anticipate a decision on funding for the World Service to be made in the coming weeks by the Foreign Office. Do you anticipate that the Foreign Office will meet your ask for a funding increase from around 137 to around 200 million a year?
I hope so. I think it's critical we do fund the World Service properly. As I've said, we I think most people know this, but we fund most of the World Service at 262 million. We were very grateful to take an extra bit of money in the last round to get us to 137 from government in the round, and we do need to see that increase, and that is essential if we're going to keep providing services with the inflation and the competitive situation. I know we're short of time, so I won't put the butter on too thick, but you and others are aware that the investment going on by China, Russia, other places in terms of capturing broadcast frequencies, pushing out their messages are extreme, and I think that should be a government priority. And I think in the short term, in the spending round, we need to make this decision. There is a longer term decision, of course, within Charter, which is who funds the World Service, and I've been very clear that I don't think it's right to put it on the licence fee payer. And the second thing, through the licence fee, I should say, and the second thing is, do we want to do the World Service and at an increased level? Because we can do it. The team are fantastic, and it's a bit what I'd call pay and play. If you invest more money, you get more reach. We can sign off against very robust targets and be held accountable for how we do it. And we can see a plan. In the round, the BBC gets to about 400 plus million people a week. We see a plan where we could double that. And I think the UK should go for it.
Yeah,
now,
I understand.
That's what we've got to get to.
The pressures on funding everywhere, including the World Service. But I do think people should recognise just how dangerous the world is and how important the World Service is in providing impartial news and journalism, especially if you look at what's going on in Africa. As we retreat, China and Russia move in. This is not good.
What conversations have you had with the FCDO regarding this?
I've talked to the Secretary of State, as well as not the new Secretary of State. Let me be honest. I think the response I get is very warm, very encouraging, absolutely recognise the importance of the World Service and its soft power. It's more than soft power. It's as much about just for democracy around the world, for the role of the BBC, and people admire the World Service. But there is, if I may put it this way, I understand the budgetary constraints. There's a disconnect between the warm words and how much the World Service needs.
On that, it was reported that the Foreign Office asked the BBC to model a World Service budget that would be flat cash over the next 3 years as part of the spending review. What impact would that have on the World Service's work to counter the hostile propaganda?
We just have to cut some services. As I say, it's pay and play. It's pretty direct. There's not a lot of fat there. I mean, there's no fat. So, I know a number of the committee have been round to see World Service operations. They're lean and mean, and they do their business. Now, it's very simple, is inflation is, we do face globally inflation, just buying distribution slots. It's not faux this, it's absolutely hard, and you can analyse it. It's no great, I wouldn't say it's any great surprise that in any spending round you get to look at what does flat look like, what would we get if we got more money. We're looking at those scenarios. And to echo what the Chair was saying, I've met Secretary of State, Permanent Secretary. I think there is clearly support for the World Service.
To be clear, neither of you have yet met the new Foreign Secretary.
I meant the new Foreign Secretary. Apologies. I met the old Foreign Secretary, not the new one. Sorry, that would have been rapid.
Would have been rapid. We just wanted to
apologies. So the old Secretary of State and the Permanent Secretary, and we're talking to officials. Within the BBC, we have a very good dialogue with the officials, and I think that there is huge recognition for what the World Service brings. But to your point, we're seeing budgetary pressure at extreme levels everywhere. We would, of course, make the case that in terms of the next spending round, that is still, in my view, plaster, but it's essential. Otherwise, we'll have to cut services. What I can't do with the pressure, this committee's been through local, the price of, I think the BBC, as we go into the next licence fee settlement, and one thing I would be defensive on is our efficiency is pretty brutal now in the BBC. We're literally, the steam's coming off in various places in terms of us we've taken 2,000 roles out of public service BBC. We are pretty efficient. So what I can't do is say to householders in the UK, we're taking money out to fund the World Service with heavy heart. I just cannot find the money.
Well, I guess, Tim, on the topic of income, what are you doing to address the continuing decline in the number of people paying for a TV licence?
Well, I think we're not immune. The Chair might want to say something on this. Certainly, we are not immune from the pressures of a completely transformed market. If you talk to anyone, advertising, subscription, look across local media, it's all pretty difficult in terms of, now, I think the licence fee has held up better than many models around the world. And overall, as you know, we took in a little bit more money last year, but we lost 300,000 households. So it's been a balance. That was the price rise. It's certainly not, the licence fee is in no way collapsing. It is enforceable in my view.
Evasion has gone up as well.
But it has gone up a little bit. Yeah, and but that is, I think, understandable with the vast changes in the market and some households going, okay, what services do they want? Having said that, I think our numbers, as people know me, I'm obsessed with usage of the BBC, not just making a case for it based on purpose. We have an incredible purpose, we have an incredible role, but the amazing thing is we still have, as per the annual report, over 80% of people using us a week, 94% every month. These are incredible numbers and they're unique worldwide. We do need to reform the licence fee. We need to think about the areas I've talked about, level of progressiveness, exact scope, all those things. I do think if we just stay where we are, that is not good enough for what it's worth. I don't think that's right. We've ruled out advertising. I mean, Chair, you might want to say something on this, but I do think we need some reform. I don't think it's easy, but I do think we need to be innovative. And I do echo the Secretary of State when she says she wants to find a solution for the next generation. I think that's good.
I think the figures are not great. I mean, it is particularly worrying for us. And I think what it says is that the licence fee as an instrument, it does, as Tim says, produce a lot of money. But it's one that belongs in a way to an analogue world where people watch television, that people do it differently now. So we need to reform it, because what will not work is simply to roll over the licence fee, because those trends that you're talking about will just continue, which is why the rollover doesn't work. Now, it's not that we just accept the decline, because last year, it's still going down, but we managed to stem it. How did we stem it? Because we had terrific content.
Exactly.
There was sport, and there was drama. Making really good content that people want to watch and use is central to helping. It's never going to stop the trend until we reform the licence fee, but we can't just sit back and say, well, that's the end of it. No, we need to do it. Now, one of the things I'll just say, just because that we are really work hard, and the except work hard at how do we improve our content so we speak to a variety. We've just done, and we'll be coming out shortly, our review of portrayal. How do we portray groups across the country, both in terms of representation, in terms of how we portray it. The better we get at that, the better people will think the BBC is for them, and the more likely they are to want to pay for it. So we do take lots of actions to try and keep this decline steady, but we need to reform the licence fee and find a way that does deliver what we need.
Finally on this, I think evasion rates have risen from sort of just under 7% to sort of 12.5% over the last 5-6 years. I guess that's about an 80% increase. What's being done, Tim, to make sure that Capita is providing good value for money when it's collecting?
We're doing a lot of work with Capita in terms, and by the way, we're trying to get the balance right as well, because there are fair concerns around how you appropriately enforce. So I believe in enforcement. Actually, the vast majority of people say, well, I pay, so it's fair that everyone pays. But we are talking often about low-income households. We're often talking about women in the household. So we've been simple payment plans, all those things. So it's not just about sticks, it's also about carrots. Yeah, and you actually look at the number of prosecutions, it's been going down. So we're trying to get the balance right. Our evasion rates are not wildly dissimilar to some in Europe and other places, but I do think we're working with Capita on things like a retention unit. So working a bit more clearly in terms of talking to people and saying, are you definitely not using it? Because there's one thing about someone saying there's no licence fee needed, but most of our evidence suggests that there's also that evasion question, and we've got to manage it, to your point. So I can give you more details than I'm giving you now because I'm conscious of time, but there's a whole load of mechanics. Technology can help us a little bit as we go forward in terms of how we manage the call centre in Darwin, all those. I mean, if people are interested in the BBC, manning those calls for a while is very interesting, because most of it is, to the Chair's point about usage and making sure we've got the right content. But we are enforcing, we continue to enforce, we continue to be quite tough about that, but in a sensitive way. And we are seeing some results on the added investment from Capita on technology and retention.
Thanks. Chris?
Yeah, can I ask about setting targets for tackling evasion? I don't think you've got set targets for doing this. So I suppose it's a general question about the curiosity of what is the, not just the scale of the problem, but the scale of the answer to the problem. So that's one part of it. But I note that, for example, you're putting a huge amount into enforcement visits. The visits statistics are going up, but the resulting prosecutions or remedial actions from those that you visit isn't going up as well. So you're spending a lot of money on this. It's not all working out the way you would want. So
I think it's a harder environment when you've got on-demand services, you've got Netflix. There isn't, going back to the top, there's not a business model in traditional media that isn't challenged. In fact, the licence fee's been a lot better than most. It's been incredibly resilient, and that's due to usage. Look, we are watching this like a hawk. If you come to the top team of the BBC, we'll look at evasion rates, we'll look at how many people... We're also spending a lot more time on linking what the chair said between behaviour and payment. So I'm obsessed with people using it, because I don't want the BBC to be a market failure BBC.
But I don't think you're setting targets for tackling the evasion. So how are you measuring the success without the targets?
I think we're better than that, if I may. Every budget, we absolutely have a forecast in terms of what no licence fee needed. Within that, what evasion? I mean, we've got different. We can give you some examples of this, but we absolutely, in our budgeting, we need to know what our income is, so we have an assumption around our evasion rates.
When's Capita's contract up for renewal?
I think this year. I don't know. Rather than guessing, it's quite soon, and then the question is whether you extend for a bit. Because the other thing is, if we are making, to be open with you, if we're making some adjustments. We don't know how big in terms of evolving the system. You ideally want to know what that is going through charter, I think, before you work on how you're going to provide that, if you get my point. So I think that's where we are.
These internal targets that you're talking about would be useful, I think, information to see to help us evaluate, as you are doing, how well things are.
Let me take that away and see what we can do. We can respond. Okay.
Rupert, did you want to come back on the World Service?
Yeah, just wondered, given the sort of big gap between BBC's expectations and the FCDO's current financial position and black holes all over government, do you have a contingency plan if they don't agree to take on the World Service after 2027?
After 2027?
In that next budget.
I think a fair point. So we had plans in the short term if we got a flat settlement. To the earlier point about whether that scenario is being done, we've shown, okay, we'd have to trim here and do that. I think the answer to your question is we're not quite there yet, because it's all linked to the charter negotiation in what public service do we provide to the UK. Yeah. So bear with me. So it's one big pot of money. So if you said, I'm not funding the World Service, okay, as the government, we then say, okay, if we're collecting the money in, what's the right amount to be spent on the World Service? We haven't finally done that well. Frankly, I am so passionate about the World Service. We'd have to think about, within the overall licence fee, what a minimal service would be or how that would work. We're not quite there yet, because the other thing we need to do is say, within the licence fee, what will we provide? In education, in disinformation, for the UK? What is public service going to be? Hopefully we can get and have this as our next conversation. What is public service going to be in the next 10 years? What are we going to offer? It's all in the mix. So I don't have to have a contingency plan at this point. I don't have to have one. I have to have an overall plan for the BBC. And then between the green paper and the white paper, we do need, what really is important, and it links to a conversation we haven't had actually, which I think is quite important, which is DTT. But what we do need is some planning certainty. We do need some planning certainty before the start of the new charter to do exactly what you're talking about.
I mean, do you think in terms of all this stuff, public trust, journalistic integrity, creative freedom, that cuts are leading to reputational damage within the BBC?
Well, I'll just go
even on HR matters, so the Greg Wallace, all those people in the independent companies aren't covered by your HR systems. You slash loads of HR staff.
Yeah, but we've had our budget, as you know, cut by millions and millions over the last decade, and we've coped. Now, I think actually we've done more than cope. I think we've pulled off incredible results with limited resources versus the UK. So what I would be is led by the data. We've still got 80% of people using us every week for all our challenges. bear with me, our trust scores, if you look in the annual report, I'm sure you've done it.
When things go wrong, do you know what I mean? Like
Of course. Do I know what you mean? Of course, I live them every day. So last year we did actually, and I spent on my tenure really driving up our reputation for impartiality.
Just reports that come out. I think it was November that Greg Wallace was.
Sorry, I'm lost on what issue I'm chasing here.
Yeah,
I'm saying
leading to reputational damage, cutting corners.
Well, I think you've got 2 points in there, if I may. Cuts make it much harder. If the BBC is not properly invested in, it simply makes it much harder for us to drive usage and justify a licence fee. But we are lucky, we still have a universal licence fee that gives us enough, just with listed events and all the things, to be at the centre of British life and provide full services across local. We've moved money around, that's been sensitive, all those things. But broadly speaking, it's working. Your point then is a separate one but linked, which is do I worry? Of course I worry that when we make mistakes, that has an impact on our reputation. Of course I worry. I mean, trust is utterly critical to the BBC. I think there's 2 points here. One is we need to address and make sure we're minimising mistakes, and it's been difficult.
There's a financial impact as well, though, isn't it? I mean, when you're doing sort of costly investigations into something that's gone wrong, that's money you're not spending on the BBC World Service.
Absolutely right. Absolutely right. I think within the proportion of the licence fee, it's not enormous, but every pound counts. So I totally take your point. So that's. But I think the bigger thing is this reputational. One thing I would just say though is the BBC is uniquely. It makes for interesting leadership challenge at times. The toughest things are we have a journalist organisation that was exposing the Greg Wallace, leading on the Greg Wallace story. That was the BBC. That is an incredible thing that.
He's on every week. He's on more often than ever. Okay.
Well, no, hold on. We have dispensed with his. We have dispensed with his services. Sorry, the
Gaza programme with the child narrator, that's clearly been binned now. Okay. Anyway.
That wasn't a budgetary issue in the slightest, but
but you can do it. You can edit a Greg Wallace, but you can't edit. Thank you.
You're happy to be. Thank you.
Ecstatic.
Let's go back to bio, please.
Thank you, Chair. This is a question to yourself, Tim. So, how is BBC's commercial planning to deliver on its ambition to double its size? So just 1 second, by 27-28, and how confident are you on its delivery? I say that because obviously in the report you've got your intellectual property failed to meet its target. So I think 1 in 10 of your most profitable titles was new intellectual property. So how are you addressing that?
I think we've got an incredible story with the BBC Studios in terms of what we've done over the last few years, and I'm very proud of the business. I think the key routes to growth, if you talk to the CEO and the board and the commercial board, are clear in their plan. They want to grow the IP and production business. There are things like BritBox in the States that we fully own, and then there's opportunities. We've just put a subscription on bbc.com in the States. So there are clearly business opportunities, and I still believe, although we've taken this to I think it's an incredible story, 2 billion turnover at a decent margin, I still think we can double the business. Having said that, I think the market's a lot tougher than it was a couple of years ago.
How do you think you can?
I think the market is a lot tougher. Let me just say that for a minute, because I think the amount of spending by some of the US providers is not what it was. I think there's often less money to be made in areas like news. So it's not without significant challenges. Now, I did kind of half answer that, and sorry I didn't get past you on that, which was the growth we see is building our own IP, so where we get our own shows. I mean, part of that is also tying up with people who've got valuable IP. So guess what's worked for us this year? It's a Australian blue dog, okay? Bluey, yeah? So Bluey, we've got the rights to Bluey internationally. It's the biggest title, I believe, on Disney+, and that is coming to the UK creative economy through BBC Studios. So that's an example of the kind of things we can do if we can get more IP. Second example is BritBox. BritBox is a service in the US. It's not the biggest in the world in terms of the US market, but actually from BBC, it's very profitable, it's growing fast, and it builds BBC. We can grow that out. I think there's other areas like bbc.com. We now have subscription on news. in the subscription layer on news. We've got audio, we've got factual document. There's a lot of things you could do. One of the big issues to studios is to choose which one of those opportunities gets most return and balancing short-term reward versus long-term growth. And that's what we're trying to do, because what you don't want to do is take the dividend out to support the UK too fast. You want to grow value.
Can I make one further observation on that, which is to grow a business, you need to invest in it, and the borrowing limits for BBC Studios sits on the government books, and it would be very helpful if the BBC Studios on commercial could invest more by borrowing more. And there are limits, and we're reaching those limits. So it would be worth debating and discussing the borrowing limits of BBC Studios.
That is an important point, and directly to your question is how do you get growth?
Okay.
Unless we have that funding, by the way. I mean, we've taken the debt up to 750, but I think being able to borrow effectively as a studio, I mean, every company needs this. So I think that is, I know there's good conversations going on that. So,
right. Okay, gentlemen, my next question to yourselves is, in previous years, the amount sort of returned from your commercial arm has been disclosed in your annual report, and but it's not in your last report. So could you kind of explain sort of why that is the case, and how much was actually returned in 2025?
I think we have, sorry, I can't see where I've got it, but we have been public about the return. So can we just write to you and just confirm that, and you can publish it? I mean, it's no problem.
It would be really
at all.
helpful, because as far as we can see, it was absent in 24-25. We can't seem to understand why it was left out this year.
Okay, and
all right, I'll look at it and send you a note, because there's no issue in telling you what it was.
Okay, you're going to write to us and let us know, which is great. But the question is, if we could be a bit more transparent, so if it can be disclosed in the reports, is that something that you would look at?
I don't see an issue with it, but I'll check with the team.
Yeah.
So I'll do it in the same note. I'll give you the numbers and then just confirm the protocol going forward, if I may. Is that all right? Because we've got no desire to not share that.
And how that number came to exist, because it just seems to be quite opaque, the working out of the value and the transparency about how that number came to be, even though in this case we don't.
Do you mean the so-called BBC returns to the BBC
Correct.
number? Right, because that is important, because I think there's we should just work together on what because I've got no desire to not share on this. So the returns to the BBC number is a bit of a unique number. It's not. Yes. It's not being transparent. It's
unique is one word for it.
No, but it's valid to a degree, which is it's the cash you return. It's your profit, plus also your investment into BBC productions.
Yes.
Yeah. So we just need to show that. There's no smoke and mirrors here. It's absolutely clear within you've got profit, and you've got if you're going to make a programme with Attenborough on parenthood, how much money did the commercial arm contribute?
On that point, but in previous years it's been disclosed, but not.
That's why I'm just going to confirm to you, because I've got no problem in. I think it was simply because actually the returns to the BBC number is, to the chair's point, a bit of a strange number. It's not strange in it being we're trying to dissemble. It was just strange in a construct in the normal world. In the normal world, you look at EBITDA and cash. So we'll give you all the numbers. It's fine.
I don't know if it's helpful, maybe not helpful, but on PAC, Public Accounts Committee next week, we'll look at that. But you've reported a dividend, 2 dividends last year and this year in this year's account. I was a little bit confused about that question as well, so I think there's probably just a shared understanding, clarity required, because I had that similar confusion at the beginning of the committee as well.
Okay, I've just been, I've got a note saying it is in the commercial section, so let's just look at it outside and I'll come back to you. I mean, it may well be hiding in the commercial section, because I have not been in a discussion that says we're going to not give you the number, so I'm more than happy to do that.
Okay, helpful.
No problem at all.
Okay, and my last question is sort of to Dr. Shah, given the board's responsibility for establishing a sort of framework for assessing performance. Performance around sort of related pay around your CEOs of BBC studios. How do you get to that? And, how is it based? How do you substantiate that?
The Remuneration Committee of the BBC determines the salary of the Director-General, and we take into account the normal set of criteria. We benchmark it, we look at previous salaries, and we look at pay rate and the money we've got, and it's a proper quantitative analysis, and we do it rigorously. And I think that we're not profligate with the money, and I think that what the outcome we have with the Director-General is I think appropriate to the job he does. On the studios front, though, I think it's the BBC's commercial board that determines the pay of the chief executive. I'm across it, and it's based on targets, very clearly based on targets of returns. So it's a much more of a commercial operation.
Is that standard, or has it altered from previous years?
Not to my knowledge, it has not.
There's always, sorry, I can answer that because I've done both roles, and before I was overseeing. But it's from what I remember, it's always been pretty much the case that the studio's remuneration, because it's not funded from the licence fee directly, has been higher. Yeah, has been bonused and all those things. But it's benchmarked versus others in the industry, and it is. Let's just say we're not trying to benchmark totally. We're trying to find a place in between that's realistic to attract that commercial talent.
And that criteria has been in place.
It's been in place for a few years. It's really rigorous with the Remuneration Committee of the board, and they work through the benchmarks. They get external advice, and you know it is a slightly strange situation we're in, because as a public service, I mean, I'm you know, we've taken down some of the public service salaries, including the Director-General's, quite rightly, over time. I'm talking about over the last decade.
It's interesting, the point.
But studios, I want to be able to attract.
I want to emphasise Tim's point, because I was looking at in the last assessment, the Director-General's pay has come down pretty significantly from what it was several years ago. So that's important to know, that we are doing our business. Secondly, continues to be far less than in the private sector of somebody running an organisation of 4.5 billion and 20,000 staff. So, and indeed, even in the media, there are people running small organisations who get paid a great deal more. So I think that we are pretty rigorous in the way we remunerate our senior staff.
Can I just, because if I may, just very, very quickly, because I was a bit all over the place on exactly that commercial point. I just want to say we have published in a press release, and we'll send you that, the overall commercial returns number, which was 391 million versus 325 the year before. That was, within that was the largest investment in content at 200 million and a dividend of 61 million. There are a few other bits and pieces within there. That does hit our cumulative return. In the first 3 years, we got to over $1 billion, which we committed to in 5 years, we've got in 3 years. We, in the annual report, in the Chair of Commercial Board section, and in our press release, showed the return figures for the first 3 years of the 5-year period. So I can send you that, but I'll just confirm that. But there's no, just to nail that one, there's no issue with sending you this and showing the dividend and the content payment.
Thank you. Thanks,
no problem. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, can I just go back to intellectual property for a minute? I think we've all, watching movies in the last 10 years, realised that exploiting current IP is more preferable at the moment within the industry than creating new IP. I wonder just how much of a leadership role the BBC is playing in creating new IP, and whilst you've not met your targets, how much of an effort are you putting into creating the new IP as opposed to exploiting it? And I'll just add a third part to that question, just to maybe want to reflect on regulatory barriers to exploiting or creating IP. Is there anything you think we would benefit from knowing?
This is not the last one. I don't think it's regulatory. There are other areas in the BBC where I'd be saying that regulatory prominence, other areas, you know, or the either legislative or regulatory issues. This isn't that. Your question is absolutely a grade A question for the UK. Top priority for the UK creative industries, and a lot of the analysis we do, I think, doesn't look at how thick our share of the economics is. Do you see what I mean? So look, I revel and love our production sector in the UK, but production margin is generally quite small. To your question, where the real value is somewhere like where we own strictly, and that is in many, many territories, and you own IP, or where we do a deal with Bluey and we own IP. I think there is a challenge for us to maintain enough UK IP, Why? Because it's a bit like footballers or anything. Those people who are the top talent, you'll have read the deals, they are being picked up globally by companies because that's where the value is, in IP. And they're being paid a fortune to bring their IP, and that then gets owned outside the UK. And I don't think we're spending enough time on that. What's the BBC doing? First thing is, it's created BBC Studios. It's got the biggest production, it's got, production IP company that is not for sale, and we have that for the UK public as our shareholder to grow IP. Do I think we should be generating more hits, new hits out of studios? Yes, I would like that. Yes, and I think it's a really good challenge. It's a top-level challenge. It relates directly to the question about studios growth. We have hired some really good people in recent months. So you will see a new chief content officer in studios, all those people coming into studios. We've got a better IP exploitation unit in there with an incredible team there. So I think we've got work to do. I think it is a challenge. I think it's an absolutely top-level challenge to value creation for the BBC over time. We've got an incredible archive. We have some new IP, but we could do with some more.
I think you are exploiting sufficiently the kind of your archive IP. I mean, if you just think about the nostalgia for some of these sort of iconic childhood characters, the success of the Paddington being reimagined in the movies over the last decade or so, and you've said yourself, Bluey the dog is one of your most successful earners, right? It shows the fondness for children's TV and actually quite a gap in the market for decent quality children's TV that parents are bringing. And in actual fact, we're going to be doing an inquiry into children's TV as a select committee. Do you think you're doing enough to sort of exploit that back catalogue? And then sort of almost in addition to that, the annual report suggests the BBC's expenditure on children's programming reduced by 77% in 2024-25. So, I mean, how does that help finding the great hits of the future? Yeah,
the children's figure, let me do that last if I may, which is the children's figure is simply an accounting change. Okay. Because it's what we're doing is spreading the money over a longer lifetime. And our investment in children's actually went up marginally from 94 to 92. So, and us doing the 300 hours, the 50 titles, to your point, I'm very pleased you're looking at children's. I'm worried about, I heard the other day, I can't back this up, that we may be now the biggest producer of non-animated children's content in the world because no one is getting close now. By a mark, we really are in a completely unique position in the UK, and others are struggling to make that work, not because of lack of intent, because the economics. Yeah. So I absolutely think we need to think about the tax regime, all those things. We have this incredible thing called, all of us were built up on it, children's television in the UK and children's output. Now, so that one, I think our investment to children's is rock solid. In terms of, I think you're right, I think the challenge is fair, which is, we've done a bit of it, we've gone back and looked at old titles, we're looking in the catalogue. There are two things that are in my head when you say that, which I think one I think is there some gems in there, like a Paddington, that can be, and I think the word's powerful, which is reimagined. And is there probably something, studios are looking at it every day, digging around, and I think we need to keep digging and thinking creatively about that. That's a great challenge, and I'm sure those in studios listening will say, right, they know I'm interested in that as well. I think the back catalogue and the archive, we're still wrestling with. Of course, everyone thinks you're sitting on a gold mine. How do you actually monetize that? How do you? We've launched services with Deep Archive. People are sentimental about it. I was very sentimental watching some of the old ITV output last night at their celebrations and the old advertising. But in terms of people's ability to pay for it and monetize it, that needs a bit more work in terms of how that could happen. But I do think new technology could open up possibilities with the Deep Archive in terms of searchability, how that could work. And I think there's creative solutions. So I take your challenge. I think it's part of the answer to the question about commercial growth. We need to hire the right people as well.
I apologise, I interrupted Chris. Carry on.
No, thank you, Chair. I suppose, can I also just put on record my membership of the National Union of Journalists? I should have done that earlier. It's a play, I suppose, from the freelance question earlier on and IP. The understanding of freelancers already get slightly less rights in the way that they interact with the BBC than employed staff. Employed staff know where they stand when it comes to IP. I would just make the plea to you, if you're creating new IP, to have that robust assurance that freelancers are being treated fairly in how they approach it. And again, the point of there are different levels of freelance interaction with the BBC, but the creative spark for good IP is as likely to come from the person who's on their first shift at the BBC, on just at a university, on the smallest contract with the smallest money, as it is the next, someone like Michael Bond for Paddington Bear. That ability to treat freelancers fairly must recognise that freelance comes at different parts in your career with different understandings.
Understood. I haven't got a lot to add apart from that. Understood. I think, having said that, I think people working in the BBC, they're creating IP for the UK public, not for necessarily yet personal transformational wealth. And that is a tension, because what we're seeing is, we'll hopefully get a very good audience for Celebrity Traitors. It's a great title. I couldn't be happy to have it on the BBC. The company delivering it are fantastic, but they're not the BBC. And we've got to get the balance right and make sure UK IP grows. I think your question is, I'd broaden it slightly as well, because I think there's also a bigger question as we go into Charter that I'm interested in, which is if you're a UK so-called creator and you're creating content, and then that's a very, and how is the BBC accessible, and how can you make sure you're fairly rewarded, and actually you've got a better route staying in the UK system than just going onto YouTube solely. So I think that's a really interesting in terms of the creator economy, which are essentially a lot of freelancers as well within that. So I think we've got a bit of work to do on policy and thinking around that as we go into Charter to make sure the UK keeps the value and UK creators keep the value, rather than, we're benign, and we're a lot more benign than some of the others, if I may say so, in terms of kind of capturing IP.
We agree. Yeah. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Chris. Well, that brings us to the end of our questions today. As you say, in the coming weeks, government should finally be starting the process for the BBC Charter review, so I expect we'll be speaking to you again. But in the meantime, thanks very much for your time today.